Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Wayne Nastri. I'm the Executive Officer. We will begin the Governing Board meeting shortly, but before we start, I want to take a few minutes to review some of the administrative items for this morning. If you require Spanish translation, please see our South Coast AQMD staff in the rear of the auditorium. And if our staff is assisting you with translation, you'll need to be seated in the main auditorium on the left side, on that side. Our cafeteria has designated as the overflow for the building. Doesn't look like we'll have a problem with that. If you would like to address the Governing Board, we have kiosks located outside in the lobby as you enter the building to register your name and the agenda item that you would like to comment on. And if you've registered to address the board, please watch the screen for your name in the list that appears on the left side for that item when you have registered to speak. Your name will appear on the top of the list. Please proceed to either the two microphones at the front of the auditorium. And if our staff is assisting you with Spanish translation, proceed to the left microphone to give your comments. Please keep the back wall of the auditorium clear at all times for fire code requirements. And in the event of an emergency, primary exits are located at the rear of the auditorium on either side. During an earthquake, drop to the ground in front of the seat or lean forward as much as possible. Cover your head with your arms and hold your neck with both hands. During an event requiring shelter in place, please remain in your seat and follow the directions of the South Coast AQMD staff. Thank you, and we will begin shortly.
I'd like to call to order the March 6, 2020 Governing Board meeting of the South Coast Air Quality Management District. And leading us in our Pledge of Allegiance this morning is our not sworn in board member yet, Gideon Krigoff.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yeah. The reason we did that, we've been waiting for you so long, we figured we'd give you a jump start there. Okay, do we have any opening comments by any of my colleagues? Board Member Delgado.
Good morning, everybody. I just wanted to actually thank staff. They took me on a tour of the rendering facilities, and so took me on a series of 3 so I could understand how the rule is being implemented. And it was unlike anything I've ever experienced in my life. So thank you for that. But I definitely have a unique understanding now of why there's been continual issues with smell and how staff has worked diligently to try to address that. So I'll be continuing to work with them, but at this time, I don't think that there's any board action. So just wanted to report that.
Okay, Board Member Caccioti has a presentation for us.
Couple small present pictures, Mr.
Okay.
Chair. And, we have that commercial electric lawn mower exchange program. So a few weeks ago, we were in the beautiful city in my district of Monrovia, off the 210 freeway right there. And this is Mayor Tom Adams demonstrating an electric weed whacker at their library park right there on Myrtle. Next, Paul. And this is Mayor with the 60-inch riding lawnmower with Dan Mabe from AGSA, who's actually going to be out here today at about 11:30, setting up for a demonstration. We have a group of about 30 to 40 Chinese-American business leaders in the San Gabriel Valley coming out, doing a tour. This is one of the items they're going to be looking at. On the right, Tom's holding a electric backpack leaf blower from Still, which with our 80% rebate, and Board Member Delgado and I will be meeting later today about this, really putting it out in the field. Comes to about $270. You never have to buy a bit of gas or oil again. Next, Paul. And these are just the group that was there. We had a group that actually did the robotics mowers demonstration. They set up a field about 150 by 150 at the park, and you had 2 robotic mowers going around cutting the grass in the middle of our demonstration. So it was really cool. And the guy was there from Switzerland or Sweden, wherever they come from, I forget, Husqvarna. And just incredible program, and it was a great success. So they're looking at getting some of these mowers starting slow and expanding. Paul, next. And then you might recognize this gentleman who's one of our employees in our media office, Bill. This gentleman right here on the train, so you never know where you're going to meet an ex-AQMD employee. That's Patrick Chandler, who was with Caltrans before, like Derek. Then he came to AQMD for several years, would always be back there in the clear glass area, and now he's at Metro Government Affairs on the west side. So I see Patrick on the gold line about once every couple weeks. And we actually just talked about, he put me in touch with the head of facilities management at Metro, because whenever I'm sitting there at the train station, I'm watching our city's people with electric lawnmowers cutting the grass, and then the Metro people got these gas leaf blowers and stuff just killing us. So I'm talking to Metro a couple of days ago, and they're considering putting in their new contracts requiring, as an option, electric lawn equipment way. So exciting stuff. Next. So I've seen ex-employees, and this is Nish, one of our current employees, just started in August. Mr. Burke, as I take my 3 buses into the work today, the 3rd bus I was about to get off right in front, and usually I have to push the button to get off. Right. I was about to push the button on the 482 from Pomona. Somebody else pushed it. So as I got up, I looked behind me. There's one of our employees. So actually, some of our employees take mass transit here, so I'm very excited that Nish has been here since August from Texas and Florida, so I want to recognize some of our employees that are taking mass transit. And next. This is interesting. If we can blow it up at all, it's tough to see, but this is we're out there fighting. Our employees, our board members, really pushing our consultants to clean up the air. But there's other partners with us. This is a Bureau of Automotive Repair. And this is my daytime job with, I prosecute a lot of these many bad professionals, but one of them are the auto repair dealers and smog stations. BAR just sent out a notice. There's 3 ways people cheat us on air pollution at the Bureau of Automotive Repair smog stations. And I circled one there. You can't see it in the middle, but it's something new they're doing. There's actually in state 7,000 smog stations. There's about 20,000 auto repair dealers, but 7,000 where you take your cars and you get smog checked. They've got a new technique the criminals do called clean gassing. So what they do is they have some type of gas container canister there. You remember you used to go in years ago, you go in there, would put a probe in your tailpipe exhaust,
Yeah, I remember that.
put in a dynamometer and stuff like that, okay? Well, they still do that with the older cars, 80s, early 90s to get to 98. What they've done now is to get around these requirements, they'll have a canister of gas there with like a hose. When nobody's looking, they'll hook it up to this clean gas, and a polluting vehicle pulls in, which is never going to pass, and they dilute it. So this surrogate gas comes in, dilutes it, and it passes a smog test, and then it goes out, and it pollutes the whole air. So I don't want to put them because they're in of our 4 counties, most of them are in 2 counties where these investigations happen, and we filed actions. Our office will take the case from the Bureau of Automotive Repair and prosecute to take away their licenses. What I did was, below that, I put, before they did this, in the 80s and 90s up until about 2000, again, what they did was, it was called clean piping. So when the cars came in, polluting car, they wanted to pass it at a dirty station, what they would do is, they would have another Prius right there next to it, and they would just put the probe in the Prius. But Bar, we have undercover investigators with cameras across the street, and we take the pictures. I produce it as a trial. What they do now is, after 1998, our cars are like computers, so they can actually talk to each other. There's what's called PCM, power control module in each car. It's just like your DNA. When that car is a Ford, a General Motors, a Toyota, that car's DNA won't change. So when you go in for a smog check now, if you're a newer car, there's no more probe put in your exhaust, your tailpipe. It's a little cord, and they put it in under your compartment. Driver, remember that? You'll see it. And it's computer talking to computer. So what they do now is, again, they'll have another car there, they'll plug it in the wrong car, or they've created devices, the criminals have, and they'll just, when nobody's looking, there's no car there, the real car is in there, have a device, it's like a little computer, and it goes in there. But Bar's been able to catch up with that now, because they said, wait a second, this is a different DNA than what that's not a Ford, it says a Mercedes, and they'll be across the way with their cameras. We never saw a Mercedes go in there or this, but it's, right. So anyways, there's a lot of this going on. There's just other heroes out there fighting for clean air, and that's Bar's mission, to clean up the air and protect all of us. So just want to give you guys an update on that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Do you have any comments, Mr. Nastri?
None at this time, thank you.
We're going to go to the consent calendar. Oh, no, I'm going to swear in Mr. Caccioti and Mr. Krakoff. Why don't we do them both at the same time? This is two totally different swearing in processes. Because, Michael, you've been the backbone of this board for a while now, and we appreciate everything you do. And the enthusiasm that you show, I think, encourages us all every month. It's just amazing, and I've come to have the highest admiration for you and your efforts. And your reputation precedes you, and we're looking forward to great things from you on this board. You have an unusual and extensive background of knowledge in this area, so you're not going to be having the normal come up to speed time that most people have. We expect you right out of the gate to be a front runner.
Lower those expectations.
Okay. I put you between Larry and Janice because they'll keep you on your toes. Now, I hope you don't get any black eyes or anything like that. Janice has a horrible left hook, but you got to watch her at all times. Okay, I state your name.
I, Michael Caccioti.
During such time as I hold the above office.
During such times as I hold the above office.
Do solemnly swear or affirm.
Do solemnly swear or affirm.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
And the Constitution of the State of California.
And the Constitution of the State of California.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California.
That I will take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
And I will well and faithfully discharge the duties about which I am about to enter.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations, gentlemen, welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome to the board. and
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Why don't you give us a few words? Get in. Oh, did I block you out of your seat?
No, I was just, didn't want to be in the camera, didn't want to. Gideon, nice to welcome you.
Thank you very much, I appreciate it. Well, thank you very much. Don't really have much to say. I look forward to working and learning with you, Chair Burke, Dr. Burke, and all of my colleagues, every one of you on this dais, with staff, and all the stakeholders for the agency. And I really appreciate and look forward to working hard and accept this honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, going now to the consent calendar, I'm going to pull and refer back to Administrative Committee Item 10. Is there any other comment on any other item in the
Consent.
Mr. Nasri?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Burke. Item 18, we need to make a revision on the page number 6 of the contract for Kona Company. There was a typo. The amount reads $14,905,000. It really should be $1.4 million.
Okay.
So we just want to note that for item number 18 under
Zeros
the
really
contract
gets in trouble.
activity. Yes.
Council Member Mitchell.
Thank you, Dr. Burke. On our agenda items, numbers 3 and 4, they involve projects that recognize revenue from the California Air Resources Board. I am a board member of that agency, and while I do not have a conflict of interest or any financial interest in the matters, I need to disclose that on the record.
Any other conflicts that need to be expressed this morning?
No conflicts, but I just wanted to pull item number 3.
Item number 3, no problem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other items that would like to be pulled? Okay, then I will take a motion,
Move approval of those items, Mr. Chair?
all except 2 and 10, 3 and 10.
Yes.
Second?
Mr. Chair, I believe there's public comment.
What's that? Oh, yes, Mr. Yetter? And Mr. Dyson. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Dyson the item was pulled, so I guess you won't be testifying. Mr. Yetter, it's you.
Not on? Okay, here it's on. I guess I should be a little concerned with how quickly we just threw aside public comments. Good morning. My name's Harvey Etter. I'm speaking for myself and for the Public Solar Power Coalition. And it's a lot later than we think. These studies done, state, national, international, and 18 on climate and stuff, it said things are a lot worse than we thought. We've got to switch over quickly and have like 10 years to bring stuff down 50% for the planet. Well, a year later, we see that the Arctic and the Antarctic are melting. Incorporate by reference the September issue of National Geographic's that talked about this, an abrupt melting article last month, also National Geographic's, said that if 5% of abrupt melting, thawing in the Arctic will increase emissions by 50%, climate emissions, and that's maybe conservative. It's on also. Anderson, Harvard, the one that brought us the Montreal Protocol on ozone depletion, in reference to nitrous oxide. And University of Chicago talk a couple years ago said we had 5 years to get off of fossil fuel, 3 years left. And worst case scenario was 2016. 2026, that will have 10 to 18 degrees C increase. There had been a 12 times increase in the last 10 years of nitrous oxide, and if applied that for the next 10 years, it's like 144 times. In the article from National Geographic, this was all purged. They talk about the CO2 and say it's twice as much stored in the Arctic. They didn't give any numbers. They used 25 global warming potential instead of 86 in AR5, and it's higher than that. And they didn't state the quantity, and they totally didn't say anything about nitrous oxide that has 300 times and is ozone depleter. This stuff changes the numbers. The numbers are 2 to 3 times what you folks all use, and these change what needs to be done when. They say 1 degree C increase in the Arctic, and you have to increase 8 years from 2050, they're down to like 2040, 2044, and so the numbers that we've been putting out there, immediate total solar conversion in 5 years, are right here, right now, and that's what we need. And that's what we've been saying to you for decades, litigated in the 91 plan.
I've been encouraged to allow, we have 2 people who wanted to speak on 10, and we pulled 10 very unceremoniously this morning. Are those 2 people here? Would you like to speak on 10 now and save you a trip back out here? Yes. Why don't you come on down now?
Mr. Chair, may I have a moment, please?
Yeah. He's going to tell me I can't let you speak. Watch. He didn't even talk to me.
See, I'm already causing trouble.
Do you have any problem with these people?
No, sir. I just wanted to.
Oh, I'm sorry. Please go ahead. Huh? Oh, he has a conflict. Oh, yeah, right, okay.
This is on item 10.
On item 10.
I'm recusing myself from agenda item number 10 because of a financial interest in Alphabet Inc., which is materially affected by this item. And so I believe
Okay.
Interesting. Okay. Hey, everyone, and good morning. My name is Emily Spokes, and I am a member of the NELA Climate Collective. Since we last met, I was elected to the Highland Park Neighborhood Council, and I participated in the ethics training, learned about the Brown Act and public comment, and having endured a few council meetings since then, I have a whole new appreciation for what you all face each time one of us comes up to the podium. In fact, I was on the receiving end last night, so thank you. I really appreciate your willingness to listen to our comments. I do want to state for the record again that if comments were allowed earlier in the meeting, people wouldn't have to take so much time off of work. It's difficult to get here. You are in an exceptional position to make a real difference in public health. First, I wanted to congratulate Gideon Krakow on the appointment. It was an appointment that we truly feel grateful for. Our group, along with other community members, had a petition going on change.org for Governor Newsom to appoint a qualified environmentalist to the board. We had nearly 2,000 signatures, and I can share the petition if anyone wants to see it. Just wanted to share a few of the comments. Tanya Macklin said, "My daughter has asthma and is at a greater risk than others. She has every right to be on this earth as the rest of us breathe freely without steroids daily." Megan Walsh says, "Healthy air is a basic human right." MH says, "Because we need a board who will stand up to the fossil fuel and fossil fuel dependent industries and lead us in the transition to a carbon-free society." We want more Gideon Krakows on the board and in the room.
We will continue to fight for cleaner air, and we'll be begging you to vote with environmental justice at the front of your mind. In regards to agenda item 10, I watched the 9-minute breathe video. And as an entrepreneur who was heartbroken to hear that the 3-minute video I made for a grant possibility would lose people in the first 30 seconds, I know that having put passion into something like this, it's really hard to hear that it won't work. But spending $500,000 in AdWords will not get people to do what you want them to do. You can look on Google Analytics, I'm not making it up, people are gonna drop off in 30 seconds on that video. It would be better to have more of an actionable video with some clear graphics for people to understand what you're asking them to do. You can spend way less money making a more graphic, to the point, succinct 2-minute video, and gamification, use gamification to get people to participate and take action, or spend a lot or all of that money on carbon offsetting. One of the experts in our group, who is a carbon offset expert, would be happy to talk to you, I bet you already know, about how far 500,000 could go in reforestation or landfill carbon offsets. Thank you for your time.
I'm sorry, I didn't get your academic training in marketing and evaluation.
Academic training?
Yeah, and marketing evaluation.
Oh, I'm sorry?
In marketing, you gave us your
Oh.
opinion on this as a marketing tool.
Yeah.
So just,
Okay.
isn't it-
I don't think that my education should be of topic here, but I'm an entrepreneur, so.
I was just questioning your opinion.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm an entrepreneur, and I learned by making a video for myself and my women's community that, we made a 3-minute video that we thought was going to be really useful, and we learned through Google Analytics that people dropped off in the first 8 to 30 seconds. It's something that you can.
Hold on, did
Yeah.
you check our Google Analytics of this film?
No?
Well, then you don't know what you're talking about.
Oh,
Let me get
Okay.
you some information.
sure.
Mr. Alatorre, I know you probably didn't bring the figures with you, but how many people watched this film?
So actually, I do have the information right in front of me.
Good.
So in 2019 alone, for the Right to Breathe, we had 41.7 million impressions. We had 20 million views that watched the ad in its entirety. More than 78,000 viewers clicked on the video on our website. 1.4 million views of the actual 45-second trailer, and 18 million views of the 15-second trailer.
See, so I don't think that was quite the experience you had with your video.
I'm
I
feeling
know
a
my
little
board members
attacked
don't want
in
me-
this position, and with all due respect,
Well, with all due
what you
respect,
just
I
said was
don't agree.
impressions.
I just
You
don't
said
agree with
specifically impressions. So I'm just offering you advice as a citizen that $500,000 could do so much extra. And just to pay
true.
that money for AdWords.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I see we're not going to get any place.
Okay.
Okay,
I
thank you. Thank you. I'm not trying, I was trying to give you some information. Yeah. No, how did you get that I was trying to embarrass you? Yeah, I'd like to know the basis
But not
on
everybody
which you
goes to
made your
school for
analysis.
academic credit.
That seems fair
All
to
I have
me.
is my life
That should not
experience.
seem embarrassing. That should seem fair.
So it's, okay. I will work on my ego check to make sure that I don't get embarrassed by things when you say to an entire room that I need to check Google Analytics. I don't know how to do that for your video. It's just my advice, and it's my opinion, and thankfully I'm entitled to that.
Oh, I'd never said that you weren't. I
Well,
just
you
wanted to
kinda
give you
did.
the information.
You
so
kind of did
could
because
make
you
a
put me on
more
the spot and
informed-
and went down the list of your
So you
impressions.
could make a more informed assessment.
I do appreciate
and-
that.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
is there another person for public comment on this item?
Yes,
Yeah.
there is.
Okay.
Yes, okay. Who's the next person?
Jessica? Jessica Craven? All right.
Hi, my name is Jessica Craven. I'm also a member of the NELA Climate Collective, and thank you very much for being here. Welcome to the new board member. As Emily said, we were ecstatic to hear that there was a sort of environmental expert coming onto the board, and I do want to reiterate, as Emily said, that we did circulate this petition widely, and in the circulation did get quite a lot of comments reflecting, and I don't mean to be harsh, and I don't mean to be critical, but reflecting a lack of faith that you guys as a board have our interests top of mind. And I think the concern when we watch a video like the 9-minute video, it is a beautiful video, beautifully produced. Chairman Burke, you look great. It's really good, and the voices in there are really valid. But I guess like driving here on the 5 freeways that it took me to get here this morning, I looked out at the air, which is sludge. It's not even, and what we have in the public on the comments, we need a board who will stand up to the fossil fuel and fossil fuel dependent industries and lead us in the right direction. Another person, LA still has the worst air in the country because my neighbors and their children suffer from asthma because my windowsills are black with dust. I remember when our air was really bad. It got better for a while. Now it's regressing again. We know how to fix this. Do it. The AQMD board does not represent the people it serves. As someone who lives in the frontline community, I'm tired of trying to convince this board to care about our lives. So I am really sorry. Please don't shoot the messenger, but people do not believe that you guys care about us. People believe that you care about these industry people. And something has got to change, so perhaps the next video you make can show us what you're actually doing, or perhaps it could inform people of simple things like stop idling your cars, stop using gas-powered leaf blowers. I know you guys work on that stuff, but the information does not get out. I posted information about gas-powered leaf blowers on my Nextdoor Mount Washington page, and about 50 people said, I had no idea. So somehow the message is not getting through, that there are simple things that people can do. And I am begging you, I have person after person, there are about 1,000 comments of people saying, my kid has asthma, we're thinking of moving. My kid can't play outside during the summer. I'm scared. People are scared. So please put our interests above these industry people's. I'm sorry, you guys are probably really good people, but I understand that money talks and our kids can't. But I am here to remind you again that they matter more. Thank you.
I happen to agree with you on a portion of your testimony. The message isn't getting out what we're doing. And I've tried any number of ways of trying to get it out. And I'm running out of ways. I'm always looking for something new and somebody to suggest something new that will be effective. Because these aren't industry people over here. These are district people. And trust me, if you don't think that they don't work way over time for the public benefit, you're sadly misguided. So. Yeah. Now for that, I am willing to take any suggestion you have. And I'm easy to find, so you can call me or text me or email me. I'll be glad to listen to anything on that area. Supervisor Rutherford.
Mr. Chair, I was going to ask to pull number 10 and had some comments on it. I didn't know if you wanted those today or you want to wait if it works its way back to us.
Your choice.
Well, I'll simply throw this in case it gives direction or input for the committee when it gets back there. I was going to be opposing this item because I'm tired of us spending money on all sorts of stuff that doesn't actually remove pollution from the air. If we're going to spend $500,000, let's go buy a clean truck. We're going to be talking later about a port item and talking about the 8,000 dirty trucks that are there. Let's get a new clean truck. So all of the movies and the sponsoring festivals.
What is she saying, so you understand that? You don't understand. Let me give you a little help. What she's saying is, she wants,
I'm going to guess, though, that we probably don't agree on a whole lot of stuff. I appreciate your interest in seeing more people learn tips about how they can contribute to clean air. That's fantastic. That's what we should be doing. I don't think a movie like this is a way to accomplish that. I also don't think that sponsoring festivals and community events is a way to accomplish that. When I look at this year's budget, and when I look at items like this, I want to be looking for taking emissions out of the air that we breathe. That's where the money of this agency should be going, and a movie isn't there. So I will be opposing this item if it comes back to us, and I want to see our dollars spent on cleaning the air.
she explained it better than I could. Thank you very much. Is it, Board Member Caccione?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I partially agree with Janet. I think she's got good points. Although I think some money should be invested in this area because, and you know, I was one of the ones that brought this idea when I got on the board years ago. There was no videos, really, the outreach, and we supported it, and we put these videos together because it's like when you go to a movie, to change people's hearts or practices or conduct, you've got to transform them, and it's got to be something that moves them. So this was one of our efforts. And maybe we don't put as much money into it, that's fine, but I think you've still got to address this and put money in it. And I think Ben was great is, you know, getting it out with Google and stuff, just, again, modernizing our technologies and outreach. But we do have a video called Do One Thing. And that was put together several years ago. Again, we took the students, the college, high school students, the young people that work here, and said, put together a video one summer while you're here interning and learning. And it's great. Do one thing. We have 10 things. It's a great 8-9-minute video, so I encourage you to watch it. So I think we have both. We've got to do both. I agree, but I still think you're right, Mr. Chair and Ben. We've got to stay in the media because you don't change people's conduct by talking to them. They've got to see something. They've got to feel it. When I go to a movie and it moves my heart, that's what moves me to act. Not somebody talking or something like that, or I see some piece of equipment. I want something to move me. We'll move you with the equipment, but you've got to have this portion. You can't. And I'll just finish by inviting these two great ladies who come out here all the way from Highland Park to join me on the bus that starts in Highland Park 10 minutes before it gets to me in South Pasadena, and join me on my 2-hour, three bus ride in here because I don't drive I'm issued an electric car, but I don't use it because I take the bus in here. And you'll find out you don't have to drive a car, whether it's a hybrid or whatever type of car. You can join me and not be on the freeway, joining the other polluters, and get on the bus and find how the people are struggling, the working class in the morning, the older people, the young kids trying to go to school here at Cal Poly Pomona Mount Snack when there's 50 of us squashed on the bus trying to get to classes. So I'll tell you about it. It starts in Highland Park, right there off York Boulevard. In 10 minutes, it's in 10 minutes.
Wait, this is a board meeting. This is a conversation.
And then it's in Fair Oaks and Mission, and we can join me. We'll get the Amani Transit way for a couple minutes, and we'll transfer to get to Cal Poly Pomona. And you join Nish and myself on the 482 and get off right there. So, Mr. Chair, I think it's a good item. I partially agree with the supervisor, but we still got to have money in this area. You're right. Thank you.
Board Member Rodriguez?
Turn your mic on.
Okay, thank you. I'm just trying to see if it's possible to strike a middle ground whereby we could, to the point of Supervisor Rutherford, we're going to have a hearty discussion shortly about the ports and a series of options and looking about funding towards our attainment goals. So to that point, when we are trying to arrive at a future course of a new revenue, when I see $500,000 here for these purposes, it made me take a step back and go, is this really the best use of dollars? I do believe it's important that the video continue to be aggressively promoted. It's a powerful video. I think in the Rodriguez household, it passed the Rhonda test. So my wife, that when she started to tear up and watching the video, I knew that we were onto something. So there are a lot of powerful testimonials, an array of stakeholders, a good representative sample of the communities that we represent. Very powerful. But to the point of the public, 9 minutes is in today's age, tough to watch the entirety. Is there a way we could ask staff to come back with some options whereby we could diversify our scope of disseminating this? So in other words, does it have to be $500,000? Is there another amount that we could also utilize towards Facebook, towards other social media platforms? Is there perhaps some of that monies that could go towards shorter videos, maybe 1-minute durations that have a call to action that also then urge others to watch the 9-minute video so that we can also get new information out? I think we could take a step back and between now and the next meeting, have staff come back with these type of diversified communication strategies that would allow us to make sure that we're getting those call to actions, reminding again in short 1-minute snapshot videos that are not necessarily inexpensive, but could allow us to have many more opportunities for communication to the public about the vast array of efforts that we have here, and also what they can do, and have that opportunity for them to take a part in our efforts as well. So just a thought, I don't know if we have to really move on this today. It would be great if we could have staff maybe come back with some other options if possible, and I appreciate the consideration.
Our legal counsel is getting ready to tell us that we really shouldn't be talking about it this much. Isn't that what you're getting ready to tell us?
No comment, sir.
Okay, so we can rediscuss this, and Supervisor Russell will be in are you on admin? You're not. Yeah. Yes, I can. But this will be discussed at admin committee and then brought back to the full board. I can only say this. What Janice says has so much merit that it's hard to argue with. But there is a necessity to educate the public. So, I could sit here and pass rules all day, and if I didn't change the behavior of the young people and these millennials, I don't know if the rule changing would do us any good. So part of my intellect is absolutely 100% with you, and part of my intellect says, we got to find a way to do things for young people and the general population that lets them know. It's just like the lady said. The general public has no idea all the stuff that we are doing. And so I think it would behoove this board and the general public itself to know what's being done in their behalf. So it'll be heard whenever the next admin committee meeting is held, and everybody can chew on it at the April board meeting. This is a lot of time to spend on a matter that was continued, but you.
Just real quick,
Yeah,
Mr. Chair, because it gave me some ideas after Janice and Carla spoke and you. As we're approaching the summer again with the interns, and maybe some of this money, as Carla said, again, it's been a couple of years, and as we know, things evolve so fast. Every couple of years, something new. Maybe we charge again these interns who are, 16 to 22, most of them. And that's a lot of people, the leaders, were future leaders, is really task another 1 or 2 minute videos or something else that we don't even know about right now that they're talking about at 16, 17, 18 years old. you know, whatever, you know, but let's let, because a couple years ago when they did it in 2017, 18, that do one, what was it called? Do One Thing. It was great. The kids loved it. They gave us some great ideas, and it might issue some of the concerns you're talking about.
I defer to you. Okay, moving to the next item.
We still need to pass the consent calendar.
Oh, okay. The balance of the consent item -10.
I moved it and somebody seconded it.
Did you move?
I had moved them, yes.
-10 and 3.
Yes.
And 3.
I seconded.
Okay, so then is there anyone opposed to that? Hearing none, the consent calendar is unanimously approved with the exception of 3 and 10. Moving on to,
We need to deal with item 3.
3.
Cacchiotti, did you pull that one, right?
Yes, sir.
okay.
Very quick, Mr. Chair, this is item 3, this is Carl Moyer, which I support 110%. But there's one item on here which is very interesting, and we'd had a gentleman come speak to us about trains and locomotives, the last San Gabriel Valley Council of Governments meeting, and he's gonna testify, so if Paul can come up. And it's interesting because as Larry's, and I know Metrolink's talking about getting new type of trains, and we've invested tens of millions of dollars into cleaner trains, Tier 4, et cetera, for Metrolink, and Larry's been working on this. This is an interesting component of that, and I just want to make sure Paul was here to testify. So, Paul, can you bring it up, on item 3, was there an attachment?
Put the date on it for me.
Is it possible? I'd sent an email, was it an attachment with some stuff on there, if you can possibly bring it as I'm talking. But maybe Matt, and if whoever the staff member is in this issue, if you just tell us, with regard to locomotives, the repower, retrofit, this may be in context with what Mr. Dyson's talking about. So if you just briefly, Matt, with regard to locomotives, that was the only issue I was concerned with this, that they may be able to participate and save us millions of dollars in purchasing new Metrolink equipment.
Yes, so the board may recall, so rail propulsion system, which I believe the gentleman is speaking on behalf of, they have a technology that would repower older chassis, and they make them either hybrid or battery electric. The board actually awarded Rail Propulsion Systems a project back in 2017, and they're continuing to do work on that project. There are some challenges that they faced, but the first order of business is they need to get the technology verified by the California Air Resources Board in order to qualify for any Moyer funding.
Okay.
So they're on their way to accomplish that. We don't currently have a time frame for their project because, as I mentioned, they're facing some challenges, but you know, the board and the staff are pushing them to commercialize the technology.
Thank you. Just one comment.
Thank you very much.
One comment.
Okay. Mr. Chair and board members, my name is Paul Dyson. I'm a resident of Burbank, and I'm here representing Pro Bono, the Rail Propulsion Systems, which is an Orange County-based company. The Carl Moyer program has been used to help purchase new diesel locomotives for passenger rail. Our company believes in recycling, and we also believe that the diesel engine will soon be obsolete for passenger rail. Indeed, it's a dead end. We have technology becoming available to modernize older locomotives to Tier 4 for a fraction of the cost of new, and which provide a path to zero emissions. Phase 2 of what we're proposing is to recycle retired locomotives by retrofitting them with batteries. We would use recycled automotive lithium-based batteries, and we have the supply already arranged. Using power electronics, a modernized diesel would be paired with a battery locomotive to provide a high-performance hybrid unit with lower emissions and 30% better fuel economy. Our company is locally based, local employees, and we have suppliers in Orange County, Los Angeles, Riverside, and San Bernardino. We have worked extensively over the last few years, and we now have 2 prototypes that we're building of battery locomotives at our operation in Anaheim. Yes, Anaheim, Orange County. And we also have a diesel locomotive that belongs to North Carolina that we are retrofitting with our emission control system. Our understanding is that the Carl Moyer statute provides for demonstration projects to be funded. And we believe that we have an innovative, sustainable project that is worthy of your support. And in a very short time frame, we will be able to invite you down to Anaheim to see the local switching locomotive, the zero-emission battery locomotive in operation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Were you able to get the picture up at all of that? If not, there's a picture just shows what he's talking about pictorially, but I'm not sure if we're able to get it up in time. It's okay. It's not. I'll move the item, Mr. Chair, unless there's any more testimony.
Any opposition to this item? Hearing none, this item is carried. Okay, we're going to trail items 11 through 26 and go to item 27.
Chair Burke, members of the board, my name is Sarah Reese. I'm an Assistant Deputy Executive Officer in Planning at South Coast, and I'm going to give an update today on where we are with negotiating a memorandum of understanding with the ports to reduce emissions. So first, I want to go back and give a recap of where we are with facility-based measures. Back in May of 2018, the board directed us to pursue 5 different facility-based measures. When I talk about facility-based measures, I'm talking about facilities that by themselves don't really emit a lot of emissions, but they attract a lot of mobile sources, and so those mobile sources have emissions associated with them. Those are effectively indirect sources of emissions. We were directed again to pursue 5 different facility-based measures, one of which was with the ports. We looked at a variety of regulatory and non-regulatory options. You may remember that we don't have direct regulatory authority over mobile sources, but we do have some authority over indirect sources, and so that's why regulatory options are available here. But with the ports had done a lot of work in developing their Clean Air Action Plan, and so we wanted to explore an MOU, an agreement with the ports, so that we could take some elements of that Clean Air Action Plan, put them in an MOU, have some agreement that they would be enforced, and then be able to get emission reductions from that. And so going through the Clean Air Action Plan, again, this is the plan that the ports themselves developed, 5 key elements there. First, on drayage trucks, this is really the centerpiece of the Clean Air Action Plan. This is the area where we would expect to get the most emission reductions, and this is in implementing a clean truck program that would turn over the fleet and get cleaner trucks in the drayage fleet. And the way it would do that is by using a truck rate. So a fee would be charged essentially for trucks. There would be a rebate or an exemption for cleaner trucks, and so that way it would provide an incentive to turn over the fleet. There's also programs for cargo handling equipment, ocean-going vessels, hovercraft, and locomotives. But again, the drayage trucks are really the centerpiece of this. Even though they are the second biggest source of emissions at the ports, the biggest source, ocean-going vessels, it's difficult for the ports to really be able to control or have some handle on those, and so a lot of emphasis went on the trucks. And what the Clean Truck Program looks like, there's a ports drayage truck registry program that the trucks that visit the ports have to participate in. As of 2018, pre-model year 2014 trucks can't register in that program. The ports then conducted a near zero emission truck feasibility assessment to evaluate what the state of technology was. In 2018, the ports conducted a truck rate study. That study was meant to evaluate potential impacts of cargo diversion and other effects as a result of a truck rate, and really go into informing what a truck rate would look like. And then in 2020, the ports are looking at adopting a clean truck rate and starting to implement that program, and that rate would be assessed on non-near zero and zero emission trucks. And then in 2023, non-near zero emission trucks would no longer be able to register in the drayage registry. So this, again, is taken from the CAAP. This is some of the scenarios that the ports modeled in developing the CAAP, looking at what the Clean Truck Program could be able to accomplish. So they modeled 7 different scenarios. You can see in the baseline scenario with no action, in 2024, the truck fleet distribution would be all 2010 and plus. But you can see in the other 7 scenarios, there's varying levels of near zero emission and zero emission trucks that would be introduced into the fleet by 2024. And this is pretty encouraging to us. We need these short-term emission reductions. We're facing a deadline in 2023 to attain the ozone standards. And so seeing very significant penetration of near zero emission and then also zero emission technologies in the fleet was very encouraging. So our concept on the MOU, it's effectively a contractual arrangement that we would have with the ports. The ports would agree to implement and track certain CAAP measures. They would specify those in the MOU. They would submit annual reports to us so that we could track how that's going, and then also seek grant funding and implement different incentive programs, likely in conjunction with us. On our end, we would then take the responsibility for calculating and quantifying SIP credits associated with the measures being implemented by the ports. We would also make the federally enforceable agreement with EPA, so we would be the ones on the hook for getting those emission reductions, not the ports. And most importantly, we would agree to cover any potential shortfall. So if the ports were to implement all of the actions that they had agreed to in the MOU, and for some reason they didn't get the emission reductions that we expected, we would be on the hook for that shortfall, and we would go out and find those emissions. In terms of the MOU development process, again, we received direction from the board in 2018, May of 2018, to do this. It was a bit of a slow process. We're almost 2 years into the process at this point. Initially, the ports were a little reluctant to engage. Subsequent to that time, we've had over 20 meetings and calls with port staff to develop the MOU. There's been multiple iterations of the MOU language. We've also had multiple public working group meetings as well as technical meetings. So there have been 3 working group meetings, over 20 technical working group meetings, which are public but still smaller meetings really focused on the nuts and bolts of calculating how you would get, what kind of emission reductions you would get from different programs. We were originally scheduled to come before the board in November of 2019 with MOU. This was delayed because the trucks were delayed in developing their clean truck program, and it seemed fair that we wanted the ports to have the ability to develop the clean truck program, figure out what that rate was, and then come back to us. In terms of the status of where we are with MOU, we decided to pretty much just focus on the clean truck program. That was the one element where we would get some quantified SIP credits and emission reductions. It's the one element of the CAAP where there would be a specific performance target, $1 per TEU rate, so $1 per cargo volume rate. It's the rest, other elements of the CAAP, we're just requiring reporting requirements. But I'll say at this point, we've had multiple iterations of draft MOU language. The last one was in December of 2019. Still up in the air. There's been multiple edits and a lot of back and forth still. We do have some concerns with the latest MOU revisions. So one of our concerns is that the current language doesn't really have a firm commitment to adopt a particular truck rate. And that truck rate is really essential to us to figure out how many emission reductions we're going to get from the truck program. We're also concerned that the proposed rates, which I'll discuss in subsequent slides, isn't sufficient to achieve the goals that were outlined in the CAAP. It would get perhaps a fraction of what the CAAP aspired to achieve. And then there's some fairly significant uncertainty as to how the funds raised by the truck rate would be spent, what that incentive program would look like. And not knowing those details, it's hard to assess how effective a truck rate would be in really achieving the goals of the program. So in December of 2019, ports were able to finish up their study and they presented the truck rate. This was informed by their economic study, so they went ahead and they did the assessment of what potential impact would be to cargo diversion. Again, the revenues of the truck rate are to be used as an incentive program. So initially in the CAAP, this was designed to be a behavior-changing mechanism where the rate would be incentive enough to buy cleaner trucks. Now it's oriented as a way to raise funds, and then those funds would be then dispersed to buy cleaner trucks. We also have a concern that the focus now is on low NOx trucks versus near zero trucks. The ports have told us that they didn't really mean much by that change in direction, but a low NOx truck could emit as much as 4 times the NOx as a near zero truck. So for us, that's an important distinction. The ports are proposing a rate of $10 per TEU. That'll generate approximately $90 million a year. That's nothing to sneeze at. That's a good chunk of funds. We could do a lot with that money. But it is at the very low end of what the truck rate was discussed in the CAAP. In the CAAP, rates between $5 and $70 per TEU were discussed. The economic study evaluated that same range as well, and showed that there was very little diversion expected for that range. And so our concern is at $10 per TEU. It's not sufficient to turn over the fleet. It's not going to meet even the least aggressive scenario that was projected in the CAAP, and so it's a bit of a problem for us. And why we care about this is we have a particularly unique window right now to be able to convert a slice of these drayage trucks. So the CARB truck and bus rule takes full effect in 2013. At that point, pre-2010 model year trucks have to be turned over. You can't have them anymore in California. We estimate there's about 8,000 trucks, pre-2010 model year trucks in the drayage fleet right now. And so in 2023, those have to turn over to something. They're going to turn over to the cheapest available option, which means another diesel truck. It'll be a cleaner or a more modern diesel truck, but there's not really much of a difference in NOx emissions between a 2014 diesel truck and a pre-2010 diesel truck. So our concern is that we're going to be getting another generation of diesel trucks in the fleet. It's a missed opportunity to make some progress and to really clean up the drayage trucks. And then the cargo diversion rates that we see across the range of the trucks rates studied, again, fairly modest. At $5, it's less than 0.1%. It goes up to 1.4% at $70 per TEU. That's pretty minimal in terms of year-to-year variation that the ports experience, and we'll look at the subsequent charts that will show how that compares compared to overall port growth. A couple of points from the economic study. Again, this is the port's own study. We do see that in cargo that is delivered locally or that is transloaded to truck is not susceptible to diversion. There's absolutely no change in diversion rate for that slice of cargo. That was 35% of the port's cargo in 2018. The reason for that is that cargo that's delivered locally or that's trucked out for here locally, the trucks are only go so far. So there's only certain ports that would compete with us. New York and New Jersey has been mentioned as a competitor port, but you're not going to ship cargo to New York and New Jersey and then truck it from New York and New Jersey back here. Houston has some overlap, and Houston is a competitive port with us, but it's twice as expensive and takes twice as long to ship cargo there than it does to our gateway. And then Oakland could be a competitor, but their drayage truck rates are a lot more expensive than ours, and it also, in their current business models, takes longer to ship cargo there. We also saw from the study that cargo shipped by rail without transloading, or what's called IPI cargo, is the most vulnerable to diversion. But that's shipped by rail, and that's not really affected by the truck rate. That constituted 31% of cargo in 2018. We are seeing diversion, a little bit of diversion in that area, and would expect to do it, but it's really independent of what we would see from the truck rate. And we do see that the ports have some constraints in their system. By their normal growth scenario in 2035, we expect that they'll be reaching capacity, and they'll without other changes to infrastructure and other investments, they'll effectively hit a wall. What that 1.4% diversion rate looks like compared to those growth projections is that they'll hit that wall 3.8 months later. So the 1.4% in the scheme of things, it doesn't make that much of a difference. And then let's look at the impact of the truck rates and what it would buy you. So at $10 per TEU, we estimate it would generate enough revenues to fund approximately 1,900 trucks. We project that that could be 1.14 tons per day of NOx emission reductions in 2023. I'm looking for NOx emission reductions anywhere I can take it, but that's still a fairly modest amount. as you increase that rate, you get more. At $50 per TEU, you're starting to then get to a point where you're getting over 7,000 trucks. That's close to the amount we need to turn over those 8,000 trucks that I talked about, the pre-2010 model year ones that are most critical. And then we looked at what the least aggressive scenario in the CAAP would cost, and we modeled that out. That's $68 per TEU, so it's just at the high end of the range of the port studied. That would achieve 7.43 tons per day of NOx in 2023, which is fairly significant. So where we're at after all of that, we went to Mobile Source Committee. We presented several options to pursue. Number one was to continue with the MOU status quo and pursue this $10 per TEU truck rate that the ports have proposed. The second one was to continue the MOU with an increased truck rate. And the third was to then evaluate whether it's appropriate to pivot to rulemaking using our indirect source authority. So the first option, again, this is the bare minimum that the ports considered in their Clean Air Action Plan. It's the minimum range that was considered in the economic study. There's been significant opposition expressed by many stakeholders to this truck rate. We're also concerned that because we don't know the details of how the program would be structured, how the monies would be spent, it's really uncertain how it would actually work and what kind of emission reductions we could get. On the second option, you continue with the MOU. We've spent a lot of time working with the ports on this, but see if there's something we can do to increase the truck rate, if there's space to move that up, if we can get some agreement on how the revenue would be spent, perhaps if there's some creative financing mechanisms that we could look at that could stretch that money even further and get further emission reductions. We do know that a higher truck rate is supported by the truck study. That study recommended a rate of $25 to $35 per TEU, and that would get us more emission reductions depending on how that revenue is allocated. And then the third would be this pivot to rulemaking under our indirect source authority. I don't think by anybody's stretch it's our preferred option, but it is an option that we do have available. This is something we would look at imposing upon terminal operators. The ports have told us many times that they have very little control over that, but the terminal operators have a greater deal of control over the folks that visit them. And so the terminals control truck visits, they control equipment, vessels. There's a relatively small number of terminals, so it's a manageable approach for a rule. This approach could also cover more categories and potentially get us additional emission reductions, and it could accelerate reductions that we expect from CARB's regulations. I say possible opposition from terminal operators, ports, and labor unions. There would be definite opposition from all of these parties, but it's something that we could do, and we expect that we could develop this within a year. So the public comments that we heard at Mobile Source Committee from the ports, they're supportive of the MOU approach and want to proceed with our option one of continuing with the $10 per TEU. They've expressed a lot of concerns about cargo diversion. They did experience a bit of a downturn in 2019 after 3 years of record-breaking volumes, and now with the recent outbreak of the coronavirus, they're concerned about further impacts.
I'm sorry, would it be fair to say that the ports and the labor folks agree to, under this bullet point?
Which bullet point? The
ports, I would say ports, I would add labor also. Support MOU approach in option one and concern with cargo diversion and loss of market share. Would that be fair to say?
We heard most strongly from the ports on that. It may be, I don't recall at this moment what we heard from labor, and I don't know if we heard somebody from labor at Mobile Source. For environmental organizations, they are supportive of a higher truck rate. They are supportive of us pursuing ISR if we're unable to reach agreement on an MOU. They are concerned that health impacts are not considered as part of the truck study. So there's a lot of discussion about impacts to cargo diversion, about monetary concerns, but health benefits are not discussed or even monetized. And then from the natural gas industry, they've picked up on this issue about those 8,000 pre-2010 trucks and the need to be able to turn those over to cleaner vehicles and not turn them over to another generation of diesel. So In terms of recommendation from Mobile Source, we received direction to continue the negotiations with ports, see if we can get some meaningful agreements, see what we can do. We are continuing to meet with the ports. We did meet with the executive directors last week and been continuing our discussions to explore more options. And so this concludes my presentation. There have been a lot of developments this week, which I'm sure we'll get into, and we'll be happy to discuss those. Thank you.
We have public comment on this item, starting with Mr. David Pettit, then Mr. Etter.
Good morning, Chair Burke, members of the board. I'm David Pettit. I'm an attorney with NRDC in Santa Monica. I'm here to urge the board to move to alternative 3, and that is to go to an indirect source rule for the ports. We, NRDC, have been in litigation with the Port of LA since 2002 on the China shipping project, and what we've seen in that context for many years is a pattern of delay, evasion, and outright violation of the law that has put us back into court again. We're waiting for a city council appeal to be resolved. We'll be back in court again with the port over China shipping. And the hardest thing to get together with, to get any kind of binding commitment with the port is the trucks. The $10 per truck fee that I think will be enacted next week is a joke. It's not going to be anywhere near what you folks need to do, what needs to be done to reach attainment in 2023. We're urging the ports to do a $70 fee. That's not going to happen. They're going to go to 10 because they're afraid of cargo diversion. And then, you know, if God forbid Trump is reelected and the district is in non-attainment in 2023, there are going to be sanctions coming down the pike that are going to devastate the economy in this area. In my view, you all need to do all you can to make sure that the numbers are such that those sanctions aren't going to work. And that means really putting the hammer to the ports, making them do something that's really going to make a difference in the numbers and types of trucks that serve those ports. And I think based on our experience with the port under both the last administration, mayoral administration, and this one, continuing to talk is going to get you nowhere. It's time to get tough with them. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Etter? I'm not even going to say anything, Harvey.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Harvey Etter. I'm speaking for myself and for the Public Solar Power Coalition about indirect sources and the ports. Y'all are pushing these natural gas trucks, okay? They got these renewable natural gas 200 buses in Santa Monica. Methane, there's a big problem for methane. You got formaldehyde toxins, formaldehyde, benzene. You purge benzene from 617 plan for East LA, and a community member brought it up. It was first denied by staff, and then when pursued further, it was confirmed. Methane, okay? We got big problems. The Arctic's melting, the Antarctic. A couple of weeks ago, we broke the record. It was 65 degrees C in the Antarctic. 4 days later, it was 69 degrees C. We broke the record again, okay? Methane, the district uses 20 and 25 from CAAP, global warming potential. It's 86 from AR5. Also, radiative forcings, instead of being 48, is 60 plus for methane, another 25%. And in the state of California, we have frack gas coming in, and that has 105 based on 20 by 10 years ago, Howarth out of Cornell. And so those numbers are like 6-7 times the 86 we got 500-600 from methane, not 450 from CO2. These are the real numbers. And we're whistleblowing, and we got run out of court, and we need you folks to join us and support us. In this effort, we're told we have to file tort against the federal government, against the what do you call them? Anyway, the FBI, the federal marshals, the court, EPA, and then go to state court for others. And this is what we got to do. We got to do it. Stuff needs to be done now. Setting up these co-ops and what out it. We've gone to these meetings about the warehouses and the ports to do solar electric trucks and partnerships and whatnot, and tie this in with housing and get the equity from the home ownership vouchers. And the people on the street are maybe 20% of your body count. They said 1,000 die each year on the street, maybe half of those related to air pollution were by the freeways and vehicles and everything, and that's never been studied. And
Mr. Greg Rich.
Good morning, board members, and welcome to our newest board member. My name is Greg Roche. I'm with Clean Energy. And by the way, I use my electric lawnmower to mow my lawn now, thanks to your program here. So thank you. What I do for Clean Energy is my team and I work directly with the truckers and independent contractors in the ports of LA and Long Beach. We are the outreach team that tries to convince them to apply for Prop 1B, Carl Moyer VW, whatever grants are available, to get at those 8,000 trucks that were mentioned by staff. And here's the dilemma we face with the proposal on the table from the ports. One, with the $10 rate, but secondly, it's not just about the rate, it's about how you incentivize and motivate people to get a clean truck. The current plan sends a chilling message that you should get a used diesel truck instead of a near zero truck, because you're going to get hit with the fee. We're going to have limited financial support for truckers that go that route. And I have to answer questions from the truckers such as, well, when does this program begin? We don't know. Will my truck be exempt? We don't know. And will funding be available from the ports? We don't know. So I'm not sure why the meeting's going forward on Monday, because there's so many unanswered questions, but let's say it does, and let's say that everything is adopted as proposed. What it means that a grant like $100,000 from Prop 1B doesn't cut it. That will not move the market with these 8,000 trucks, because they can go out and buy a $40,000 diesel truck. Grants need to be up to $150,000 plus in order to equalize, level the playing field with those used diesel trucks. Companies that have already deployed near zero trucks are very concerned that they've done the wrong thing, because they'll be at a competitive disadvantage. Some have already canceled orders for near zero trucks. Some with grants from Prop 1B and Carl Moyer will be turning the grant money back, sadly, because it just doesn't compete with status quo. So these are some of the policy questions that the staff here will be faced with in figuring out what to do after Monday's vote comes, to figure out how do we get at those 8,000 trucks and take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to do a step change in the emissions of both climate pollutants and also air quality emissions, and help the trucking businesses do the right thing, which is what they want to do, but it's a competitive world and they have to succeed in that competitive market. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Thomas Jelnick, and would Chris Chavez come to that vacant microphone?
Good morning, Chairman Burke, board members. My name is Thomas Jelenich. I'm with PMSA, representing marine terminal operators and ocean carriers serving the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach. Thank you for the opportunity to comment this morning. The ports of Long Beach and Los Angeles are global leaders in reducing emissions. Through the Original Clean Trucks program, diesel emissions from port drayage trucks have been reduced 96%. 96%. Now, in an update to that program, the ports are working to clean up the cleanest fleet in the nation. The ports need to balance a program to raise revenue while retaining cargo. After 15 years of declining market share, market volumes last year turned negative. They were down 3.3%. With the coronavirus and other uncertainties, cargo is expected to be down in the first quarter by 25%. With declining volume, we are also facing fewer waterfront jobs. Preliminary data from 2019 shows that total jobs on the waterfront were down 13%. Yeah, and it's important to consider these things when considering some of the facts that were presented during the presentation by staff today. I was actually a bit disappointed to see what was slide 14 in the presentation on growth at the ports. I have provided to you another slide also prepared by your staff that takes a longer view of port growth going back to 2000. And since 2006, which was our pre-recession peak, port volumes have only gone up on a compound annual growth rate of 0.57%. That is minuscule over 15 years. So a 1.4% diversion rate, which is nearly 3 times our rate of growth for the past 15 years, is significant. It is not something that can be just simply dismissed given what we're facing. And it's really, again, so we're at a point in terms of where we are with cargo growth, the need to raise revenue for this program, where the ports need to proceed cautiously. And I think they've been doing an admirable job of that. So what I ask today of this board is that you direct your staff to continue working with port staff on development of an MOU. These issues are complex, whether it comes to growth, jobs, and how we are going to reduce emissions from the cleanest fleet in the nation. And I also finally wanted to add, Councilman Buscaino, you asked the question about labor. ILWU did send a letter to the ports specifically supporting the $10 per TEU rate. So thank you for that, and if there are any questions, I'd be happy to address them. Thank you.
No questions. Thank you for your testimony. Chris Chavez?
It's Chris Chavez, Deputy Policy Director for Coalition for Clean Air. First, I want to congratulate Gideon Krakow and Michael Cacciati for their appointment and reappointment to this governing board. Coalition for Clean Air looks forward to continuing working with all the board members in bringing clean air to the South Coast Basin in California. I'm not going to repeat most of my comments I made at Mobile Source Committee, but I want to emphasize our continued support for an indirect source rule over a memorandum of understanding. As my colleague at NRDC mentioned, we are quickly approaching attainment requirements for a number of different pollutants, and the concerns about costs are nothing compared to the costs of a federal implementation plan and being out of compliance with the Federal Clean Air Act. So certainly want to emphasize that. If AQMD does continue pursuing a MOU with the ports, it should close off any policy off-ramps and opportunities for miscommitments. Clean air shouldn't just be a goal, but it should be a requirement. And we certainly urge AQMD to carry a hard line in making sure we meet those requirements. This also includes having a higher truck rate than what's being proposed. We need to disincentivize both the dirty trucks that are currently out there now and help foster the clean truck market. As you noted, that there are about 8,000 dirty trucks that are soon facing decommission. We need to make sure that those are replaced with the cleanest trucks currently available and building for a zero emissions future. Lastly, I do want to follow up on one issue that did come up during Mobile Source Committee, in which the chair asked about the revenues of the ports. We looked at the numbers, and right now it looks like the ports make about $3.03 billion in 2018. We know that there are certain market conditions that are coming forward, and we acknowledge those, but the ports weren't able to give an answer at that time. We'll make sure to give that answer publicly now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now Mr. Todd Campbell. Todd Robert Campbell. I never knew you, all these years, I never knew Robert was in the middle.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, board members. Todd Campbell with Clean Energy. Yesterday's Port of Los Angeles Harbor Commission meeting, the port staff defended moving forward on Monday because the ports expressed the need that they can't fund the trucks alone. But I have to ask, then why rush to adoption? Because both the Air Quality Management District on Friday, February 28th, and the Air Resources Board asked to postpone that vote so that they could do further negotiations and figure out what a good rate would be and what a good program would be. Ports are expressing concern over future diversion and the coronavirus. They also argued that the AQMD should go easy on the ports if we care about climate change because they are the cleanest in the country. This argument, of course, ignores several factors. We live in an extreme non-attainment zone with a deadline of 2023. The ports are the largest source of pollution and air toxics in the basin. The ports are the largest port in the country, 40% of the trade, and the 6th largest economy of the world, enjoying the largest economic expansion in U.S. history, 126 months back to back. If we can't lead, who will? It is important to remember that the Clean Air Action Plan, the Clean Truck Program, was developed by the ports and is intended to transition port trucks to near zero and zero emission trucks. In fact, the joint declaration signed by both mayors who called for bold action in 2017 said that they need to set a clear timeline and measurable milestones to transition away from dirty diesel trucks toward near zero and zero fleets to help meet near-term air quality goals. That was the intent of the program. 3 years later, the Clean Truck Plan is being made into a funding program that is insufficient to meet a transition except to 2014 model year diesel trucks, and it encourages business as usual. We don't have a timeline on when the fee would be applied. How will the funding program be made up? We don't even have a firm definition of what the ports mean by low NOx. And AQMD has emphasized that they can, and the Air Resources Board has emphasized that they can adopt the 0.02 gram standard as their definition, but they refuse to do so. Since the ports have decided to move forward without you, and they're literally moving without you, we recommend that you move forward with an ISR. We agree with NRDC and the Coalition for Clean Air that the time to move to regulation is now due to a looming federal Clean Air Act or attainment deadline that may lead to severe restrictions at the ports and regional good.
Thank you very much for your testimony. That concludes the testimony on this item. Councilman Cacchiotti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just some questions for staff. The Clean Energy gentleman, before Mr. Todd Robert Campbell spoke, had some comments about those 8,000 dirty diesel vehicles, I believe. Yeah, I'm curious, maybe Matt or staff can answer this, Wayne. As I was looking at our agenda today and I read through the DERA grants we got and all the money we're giving for a lot of truck replacements we approved already on our agenda, I was noticing that for each of the heavy-duty diesel, we basically gave, whether it's that or a cement truck, $100,000 to convert over from the dirty diesel to a cleaner compressed natural gas. I'm trying to understand, before I vote on this or consider what long-term we're going to do, and he talked about a $40,000 people are going to these purchase a dirty old diesel truck that they're going to use. This $100,000 we're giving the people to convert over, what's the cost of a heavy-duty diesel truck they're using for transport typically? Is $100,000 enough? How does that weigh in with these 8,000? How can we help Clean Energy trying to help us?
Sure. So let me start out, and Phil or Matt can supplement anything that I might miss out. So at $90 million, at $150,000 grant award, we would see a change over about 600 trucks. And so when you look at the 8,000 trucks, you realize that there's a long way to go. Now, the point that was raised that I want to really emphasize was that since the Mobile Source Committee meeting, we've had very extensive and very involved high-level meetings between the ports, including their executive directors, myself, the executive director of the California Air Resources Board. Hector Della Torre was included in the last one, who is a board member of CARB. So it was very high level. We had a lot of staff. And frankly, there was a lot of good discussion. And we thought we had agreement. We thought we had agreement for the next 30 days to continue to work very hard to come up and address a number of issues, because there were a lot of good ideas that were discussed, frankly. And those include, how can we leverage some of the other funds? We as an organization do have the ability to leverage our Carl Moyer funds, some of our 617 funds, and there's the opportunity to go back to the legislature for additional funding. And as you all know, we've been working extremely diligently to try to get additional funding, because we need a lot more funding, and we need to be investing those funding in emission reductions. But there are other matters, there are other concerns that also are very important. For instance, when do we actually get that money? Is that money front-loaded? How can we deliver the funds in a way that we make sure that small individual truck owners also aren't penalized, whether it's through tax aspects or it's through other delivery mechanisms? These are the kind of things that we were discussing, because if there was a type of advanced funding where we could actually try to work out the distribution, where we could tie in the leverage fundings, these are all the things that were under discussion. And these are the things which, unfortunately, we learned Wednesday that the commissions were going to have the joint meeting on this truck rate. So you can imagine our disappointment that in spite of the very senior level negotiations, that there was movement on this particular issue to go before the joint commissions. So if you were to ask me, is there still progress to be made on a lot of these issues, and should we continue to engage in those discussions? Absolutely, we should have those. But I also believe that given a lot of the start and stop, we also need some more tools. And so the recommendation that staff had talked about was sort of move forward in the MOU discussions, look at perhaps increasing the truck rate, or move to an ISR. And I think what I would recommend is we move forward with those MOU discussions, but in tandem, also work on the development of an ISR. We're not asking the board to adopt it, but we're giving the board the option. It gives us an ability to make sure that everybody that stays at the table because there are other options available. So those are some of the things that we're trying to look at. We do think that there is a lot of good that can be had by continued discussions. And we think that one of the things we wanted to look at was, for instance, developing on-ramps and off-ramps for the scheduled truck rate. If, in fact, the truck rates were to reflect the goods movement aspect, if we see an uptick in imported goods, then we could have these kind of criteria already set forth. And if there weren't, we can also make sure that there's off-ramps. So those are the kind of discussions that we were having. Again, I think a lot of these efforts could be incorporated into an ISR, so we just want to keep both options open.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Thank you. There's a lot of little pieces of this puzzle in front of us. One thing you touched on, Wayne, was the money. I think that what the ports would want in the way of certainty is what's the money that we can put on the table, along with their truck rate. Can we prioritize the Carl Moyer money in some way so that they have some certainty that we're going to be there to help with them, or is there other funds that we can dedicate to this purpose?
Well, certainly the board can direct us to try to focus as much of the funding as possible within the ports. So that answer to that is we can certainly do that. With regards to other funds, as you know, for the 617 allocation for the incentive funding, our original portion was $103 million. Last year it dropped to about $83 million. And this year, depending on what happens with the governor's budget, it should be back up to, I believe, in the neighborhood of a little over 90 million. Those funds do have to be invested within the communities. We are fortunate in the sense that Wilmington, Carson, West Long Beach do encompass the ports area. So there is a good portion of funding that we believe would be appropriate to be combined within the port segment. And then the other aspect, and this was one of the things that we'd actually talked about with the ports last Friday, was looking at joint opportunities to go back to Sacramento as well as DC to try to get increased funding as well. So I think certainly from our end, we can leverage some of those funds. Those were part of the discussions that were ongoing. And there was also a commitment to continue to look forward for additional funds.
So the other issue that the ports are facing now is that decrease in their container volume. And I mean, we see this partly because of the tariffs and partly because of the coronavirus. I think both of those issues are probably transitional. They will clear up or go away in some period of time. So if there was a way to accept a $10 rate and ramp it up, have certainty that in 6 months we're going to ramp this up, or at least reevaluate in 6 months so we can take another look at the economy and see how that's going to affect the operations. We recognize the ports as a very strong economic engine in our area, so I think it's important we're working with them while they're experiencing this economic downturn. I think it is real. So that is something I think we should be working on in an MOU. Critical for us is that those 8,000 trucks don't go to diesel. I mean, this is an opportunity that we don't want to miss. And we won't make our 2023 ozone attainment if we don't do something here at the ports now. So I think looking at this, on the whole, you have the burden of a truck rate now, or you have the burden of a federal implementation plan in 2023. So it may be worth a little sacrifice and pain right now to avoid that greater pain that's going to happen if we don't meet our ozone deadline. So I think that's an important consideration as well for all of us, for the ports as well as for the Air Quality Management District. We know that the .02 NOx is the right standard for us to be using to convert the truck fleets. And I understand that both CARB and our district believe that we could include that standard in an MOU. I think there's some disagreement by the ports that that could happen. But we have seen that happen between school districts when they contract with an independent school bus operator, and they have a requirement that those buses are CNG. There's precedent for this to be an acceptable pathway. And I think that's an important thing to be working on within the MOU process. We can have our lawyers looking at it on both sides to determine if that can't happen. That would avoid all those diesel trucks, the 8,000 now, from going to another cheaper, another diesel truck. So I suggest that the pathway is that we could continue working on the MOU, because there's a lot of little pieces that we need to put together here that will get us where we both need to go. The other thing is who's going to pay that truck rate. And I feel pretty strongly it shouldn't land on the shoulders of the truckers. A lot of them are independent operators. They're the breadwinners for their families. They shouldn't have that extra burden. I think it should fall on the beneficial cargo owner. But there are real problems in how does that happen? How do we enforce that? But that's another avenue that I think we ought to be discussing in the MOU process. How does that get built in? Who's going to pay that truck rate, and how can we avoid the burden on the independent truck operator? I also would advise our staff to begin work on an ISR. It takes a long time to develop an ISR. I mean, we're seeing with the warehouse rule, it's been like a year. And I think we need a backup plan because we have this ozone deadline hanging over our heads, and we need to be ready for that. So, and also work on the ISR can inform the discussions that we're having on the MOU. So I would advise our staff to start working on that, and then if we need it, we have it ready to adopt, but we don't have to adopt it. We just have it ready as sort of a measure that we can rely on if we need to. So that's where I stand on all of this. And so there are probably others who want to speak, but my motion would be to continue with the MOU and advise staff to begin work on the.
You've been speaking on it, so you can't make.
Oh, that's right. I can't do it. Yeah,
Right.
that's a rule,
But
isn't
we
it?
have
Yeah, we
two
have
other
other speakers.
So I'll come back to you for a moment.
Anyway, that's my input on it for what it may help others as they look at this issue. Thank you.
Supervisor Rutherford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Reading the letter from the ports, reflecting on everything we've talked about now and thinking to the air district authorization legislation. In its last iteration, one of some language that got inserted in there was to require that if an air tax is passed, none of that money be spent on certain types of improvements at the port. I understand that was a negotiation with labor. Whether by the author or by us, I don't know. Wasn't privy to that. But it strikes me that as we're trying to vastly reduce emissions out of the ports, we are cutting our own throat if we put language in legislation saying we're not going to spend money on things at the port if we decide that's the best way to get the emission savings. So as this new legislation moves forward, I hope that this board will be kept completely informed about any negotiations with the port or with labor, and that we give a hard look to whether we're willing to give up the right to potentially spend revenue if it were to ever happen. After Tuesday, I think it's pretty clear that California voters aren't interested in taxes, but if we're going down that road, I don't want to see us tie our hands about how we're going to spend that.
Mayor McCollum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We all know that the ports are the economic engine of Southern California, very important. Also, they generate a lot of the air quality issues that we have, especially in the Inland Empire, where all of that stuff comes our way. I think it's time. We do have a ports committee on this. That I think it's about time that we got the Ports Committee involved in these discussions with the other port commissions. Nothing against staff, but I think it's so important to the whole region economically and air quality-wise that it would be good to have members of this board in that committee involved in those negotiations and discussions.
Board Member Rodriguez.
Thank you. Just in the presentation, in slide 12, there's a reference to the economic study as part of the rationale for different TEU rates. It seems to me that there's been mixed reviews on the study. It's not as if there's been a consensus from what I've been hearing about that point, and just in general. So I think just from what I've been hearing in committee and otherwise in my short time, it doesn't seem that there's an overwhelming level of consensus or confidence about the study. So just take it as you may, just the fact that the presentation is leaning so heavily on that point, I thought it was notable to mention that. Also, it seems in slide 13 that there wasn't, the diversion rate wasn't a concern. It seems to me that the numbers that we're seeing as far as the current volume drop 25% February of this year versus February of last year, the first quarter decrease 15% versus 2019, that it's real, that we're seeing that. And so I'm just curious if we're looking at annual reviews of the impact of this truck rate. Could we look to start at a lower level and then increase incrementally and then annually, and let's start getting some revenue in? And it appears that there's a consensus at some level. You're in the meetings, but I heard at Mobile Source that the $10 rate, I think it was alluded to today, was a starting point. Every month that goes by, that's missed opportunities. I'm not sure if maybe you can clarify, if there was an agreement today, how long would it take to begin to collect the new rates? So if a TU truck rate was agreed upon, is it 90 days? Is it 6 months? But it seems we've been going at this for quite a while, and we're missing opportunities to capture some revenue at some level. Last point, it would be, since this truck rate would be paid by terminal operators, have we analyzed potential employment impacts? I'm also just interested in just that type of data. Have we heard about that, what the implications are? Again, missed opportunities as we continue to go back and forth on these discussions. If there is some consensus at a level, $90 million or otherwise, I would urge us to identify that, even if it's at a lower rate, so that we can begin to collect some funds and then look at that number in a year from now. Where are we? Because certainly these economic conditions are real, and we certainly don't want to risk diversion rates that once that occurs, there's no guarantee they're going to come back. So, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I could respond to some of the questions that the council member asked.
Of course.
Thank you. So the points that you made regarding the schedule, that's exactly what we were discussing in terms of what conditions would exist that would justify either an increase or a decrease. We were looking at it from a combination of ways. And those are things that would be part of the ongoing discussions that we do think are important. And we certainly understand the economic drivers and the impact on the economy as well as on our air quality. So those, again, are things that we were looking at. With regards to the overall timing, again, that was one of the things that we were looking at in terms of can the ports actually front load some of that money? They have certain abilities that we may not, but they had actually raised that topic to us. So that was something that we were going to explore further. I think the other aspect that you point to is the data. We believe in the data. We believe in the report with regards to the economic study. The ports themselves commissioned the study. The study itself was delayed for ongoing work. It would be equivalent to us producing a study and then disowning that study. We think the data does speak for itself within that report. We understand all the caveats. We understand all of the pressures that we're faced with regards to COVID-19, with regards to trade practices, with regards to all of these things. But I do believe, Councilman, that we can actually put together the time that it would take to review the impact of those various factors on the port, on air quality, and then have a sufficient review in terms of what criteria would look like that would justify an increase or a decrease. And I think that one of the things that we'd actually talked about when we met with the executive directors was you know, maybe there are other opportunities that we should be looking at, whether it's cargo handling equipment, whether it's some other aspect that we could try to look at as well when we're looking at this whole package. So that's why the MOU, from our perspective, is still important to engage in. And we would continue to consider looking at all of those factors that impact what you're describing, Councilman.
I would say I would urge there to be, to the point of Councilmember McCallum, sometimes in a negotiation having other voices, new voices at the table, change the dynamic. And I would say that having governing board members at the table in the upcoming negotiations, the MOU might be just a trick to get this moving forward in a timely manner. Nothing against our great staff, but again, just having those dynamics of the governing board in there, I think would be something to consider. Thank you.
Councilman Buscaino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as Chair of the Ports Committee, I'm going to take the recommendation and work with Chairman Burke to schedule a meeting here shortly. So stay tuned on that. I want to thank, of course, Wayne and the entire staff for their commitment to continue to have this dialogue and discussion on moving on an MOU with the port and creating that MOU that's needed. Our communication clearly can be better, and that's something that this body expects from all parties involved. And as you remember, we voted to not do and go and move toward an ISR. And we verbally agreed to pursue an MOU as indicated by the staff presentation earlier. Now, we all know that we've created a good relationship with the Port District over the course of the last 16 years through the CAAP, and I'd like to, rate our performance based on the collaboration. And how do we rate that collaboration between the port and the district is clearly through the data. The evidence of a strong port commitment is simply in the data, and we have set some aggressive emission reductions that we've not only met, but also exceeded 4 years early. The NOx goal for 2023 was 59%. Today is down 60%. Diesel particulate goal for 2023 was 77%. Today it's down 87%. Sulfur oxides goal for 2023, 93%. But today it's down 98%. Greenhouse gases down 10%. This was all done while the container volumes grew 26%. Now, the study that was addressed in the staff presentation, look, I get that the port study doesn't help the case. I can give many reasons why it's not good, and it needs to be relooked at. But simply put, it doesn't account for today's tariff war, and as Ms. Mitchell indicated, the coronavirus. We've seen a reduction based on the COVID-19 by nearly 20% of goods have come through the port. We know that the virus could be short-lived, but it still have a long-lasting negative effect. It may not be a simple slowdown, but a market shift in ordering goods from different countries that don't call it here on the West Coast ports. We've also have had a 25% reduction in cargo, and that is significant. So I'd like to recommend that we continue with the Mobile Source Committee recommendation of continuing the work with both ports on an MOU and not move on an ISR at this time. I also understand that we wanted more time to discuss a truck rate, but let me assure you that this is not only the beginning of the process and the fact that we have more time to discuss. But we also know that we value best available technology. And if we know we have a standard, an emission standard that works now, we've got to take advantage of that. The ports invest heavily in infrastructure and many other projects. If you were to go to the Port of Long Beach today, you can see what a $1.1 billion project looks like. That's the newly constructed bridge. The full cost of replacing trucks shouldn't fall on the ports alone. We all need to find a way, as indicated, to work with the state and federal governments, like we do with housing. There's a lot of matching dollars on moving on housing stock in this state, in this region, and the fact that we can take advantage of this best available technology, we should ought to take that route as well. On the points of ship and train emission reductions, we do have a separate sustainability group that meets to discuss the challenges in regulating these. It's a large group, including AQMD staff. We can go into discussion on how we're federally preempted on these, but let's continue to work on these together and develop a strategy. I also have to indicate the fact that ARB is pushing us to do more, and we have been very aggressive for many years. It also feels like the ports and AQMD lead the charge and make these heavy lifts, and then you have CARB come in making a new rule. So in slide 11 indicated that the turnover, let's be mindful that CARB is responsible for the turnover dates and the type of engine standards by the rules that they make. So we need CARB's help, and we have to be very clear on that. We also know that ARB has the ability to make strict engine standard and truck replacement rule, but we need to do that now. So I appreciate the comments made here by my colleagues. They're fair, they're consistent, they're valuable, and we appreciate the support moving forward to seeing an MOU before this board soon. In the audience, we have Chris Cannon, who is the environmental director for the Port of Los Angeles. Thank you, Chris, for being here. If you have any questions, please defer to him. I also know that we have Mayor Garcetti's representative here, David Rich, who's in the audience as well. Appreciate your presence. And with that, I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
What I would suggest to my colleagues today is that we give staff guidance on this, because I don't think a motion would be appropriate. And I know that there is going to be a dichotomy in the advice, but I think we all ought to get in our 2 cents worth that feel they want to do that. Hold fast hands, Larry McCallum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was prepared to make a motion, but you don't want one, so I just want to.
Look, I'm not a dictator. I just sit and say. So if you want to make a motion,
I would like to. I'd like to move that we continue with the MOU process, that we get our Ports Committee involved in that discussion, and that we not pivot to any rulemaking at this time.
Second. We got a motion and a second. We have Councilwoman Mitchell. Would you like to speak on this motion?
Right. Oh, well, yeah, I would agree with that. I think we should continue with the MOU process because it is superior to the other processes. We can have a lot more dialogue. I agree with Larry to bring back the Ports Committee and have the Ports Committee working on this with our staff. And I would want to continue my advice to our staff to begin work on an ISR because that takes a long time. And not adopt it, not implement it at this time, but have it ready as sort of a backup provision.
Would you include that in your motion, Mr. McCallum?
I don't think we should concentrate on ISR at this point. As you know, I'm totally against ISRs.
You can make a motion after your motion.
Yes, you can.
So, Cacchiotti?
You know, I'm going to support Larry's motion. I think it's good. Councilmember Mitchell's motion is good too. However, I think Joe's made a commitment. I know he made it a couple of years ago. He's going to push with the ports and work with them. So I'm going to believe in Joe to do that. I know he's really trying his best up against tough objects. It's difficult to balance. Judith is right, though. So I'm going to hold off now on supporting moving at this time. But in several months, I'd like Joe maybe to come back, Mr. Chair, give us an update. If it's not moving, then I think staff is right. We've got to pivot to start the process for an ISR. I'll go with Larry now. Not with the coronavirus, with the people that spoke today. We're down 25%. I'm not sure how long it's going to take, so I'll wait. I'll be patient. I trust you, Joe. Larry, I think it's good, so I'm going to hold back right now. But in several months, if we're not moving, I think Wayne's right. We've got to pivot to ISR at the same time we're negotiating.
Say something on that. I just want to respond on that. Because we're already a long way on the process, that's why I think it's advisable to just begin work on an ISR. We put these measures in our AQMP back in 2016. In 2018, we said, let's start the MOU process. Here we are in 2020, and we're not very far along in the MOU process. So I think beginning work on ISR does send a message that we're serious about getting reductions in the port and turning over the drayage fleet. And it doesn't mean we're implementing it, but it does show that there's other options for us, and we're working on other options. So that's why I think it's important as a...
So would you like to propose an amendment to Mr. McCallum?
All right. I don't know that, yes, I'll propose an amendment to the motion to just advise our staff to begin work on an ISR.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
As quiet as it was, that was like a shot in the dark. But we have a motion and a second. Would the clerk open the roll on Ms. Mitchell's amendment?
Can you clarify the motion,
Request
please?
a no vote.
Can we reread the motion, please?
You want to reread the motion?
I just want to, if we're going to call for a vote, I want clarity on the motion, please.
Judy, go ahead, Judy.
Yes.
Okay. The motion is to continue negotiations with the ports on the MOU, to institute the ports committee to work in conjunction with staff and the ports on that MOU, and to begin work on an ISR relating to the ports to have as a backup measure if needed.
So there
Request a
discussion?
no vote.
I'm sorry, Councilman. Well,
If Ms. Mitchell's requesting an aye vote, Buscaino is requesting a no vote.
Okay, would the clerk open the roll?
Dr. Burke, would you lock in your vote, please? Thank you.
Okay, that motion fails 10-2.
I think Councilmember Buscaino had echoed the sentiments of Councilmember McCallum
Yeah, I'll,
on that last motion.
My motion, which was to proceed with the MOU with getting the ports committee involved and without pivoting to an ISR at this time.
Right.
And Larry, would you agree to have a report back in several months just on the progress?
Well, I would assume that the ports committee would report back expeditiously, absolutely.
Thank you.
For sure.
Would the clerk open the roll? We will now have a recorded musical interlude. Okay, there we go. That was very tricky. No, you didn't either. Look at here.
It's kind of like, it's like negotiating.
I got mine. Where were you guys?
I got in there.
You trying to take McCallum's title from him? Can the clerk open the roll?
I'm going to reset or?
There we go. Okay, can the clerk call the roll?
Oh, here we go.
Oh, here we go.
Okay, let's try it one more time. Motion, would the clerk close the roll? The motion passes 12-0. Okay, that gets us through 27. What do we have on 28?
Dr. Burke, that is a report we bring to the board every year, so staff is willing to waive presentation and happy to answer any questions.
Okay, does it need a motion?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Have a motion for approval. May I get a second?
Mr. Chair, I'd recommend that we take the public comment on the item first.
What? Is there public?
On item
oh,
number.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Eder? Mr. Eder? Okay, John McNamara?
Good morning, Board. Appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today on item number 28. My name is John McNamara, and I work for CR&R. We're a solid waste company here in Southern California, and I'm speaking in favor of item 28 because it includes our facility that we built in Southern California in Riverside County, town of Paris. And it was 3 years ago that we started that project with the help of AQMD, so we want to say thank you for the grant funding that you provided, and other agencies, including California Energy Commission, CalRecycle, CARB, and others provided support for that project. So we've been successfully operating for 3 years. We're diverting organic waste from landfills, so we're helping with the short-lived climate pollutant plan of the state to remove those from landfilling and creating methane. We're taking that methane, we're creating a biomethane, we're producing renewable natural gas, and then we're using that in our waste vehicles, about 100 vehicles out there. So it's a significant emission reduction, both for greenhouse gas and for NOx and PM, because we're using the low NOx 0.2 gram engine in those trucks. So it's the cleanest technology available right now for solid waste collection vehicles as compared to any other technology, including electric, mainly because of the greenhouse gas emission reduction. We're really proud of the accomplishment of that project because we connected to the Southern California gas pipeline about 2 years ago. The anniversary's coming up in April, and it's because it's the first project in the state of California to do that. We're very supportive of the recommendations in your report to promote more biomethane production in California and renewable natural gas fuel production. We believe that it will help the state and AQMD to meet the short-term goals for the emission reductions from fleets, and we're committed to that. And again, we appreciate the partnership that we've had with AQMD and that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Andy Abel?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Board. My name is Andy Abel. If it matters, I have a master's degree in environmental engineering from Caltech. I worked here at the AQMD for 10 years, managing the Technology Advancement Office, and since I've been developing and commercializing things like CNG, hydrogen systems, and hybrid electric vehicles. Currently semi-retired. I've provided the board a letter with detailing some of my concerns I've expressed to staff regarding the use of Clean Fuels Program funding on diesel emission control technologies. The legislation is clear in its objective and rather than reading all the legislation, it's what I've provided. To quote the legislation, the program shall encourage projects that increase the utilization of clean burning fuels that reduce public health hazards from air pollution. The legislation also states and defines what clean fuels are and includes methanol fuel cells, liquid petroleum gas, natural gas, including compressed natural gas, combination fuels, synthetic fuels, electricity, including electric vehicles, and other clean burning fuels. All of these fuels are low carbon and low emission potential. What's not included specifically are diesel and gasoline. That was intentional at the time when this program was put into place. Personally, it doesn't make sense to me to spend taxpayer money that's supposed to focus on clean fuels on supporting gasoline and diesel emission technologies. Historically, what we've seen here at the district, was that competition works. In the early years, the AQMD worked with the CEC to commercialize and demonstrate methanol vehicles. Those methanol vehicles resulted in the auto industry working together with the oil industry to come up with reformulated gasoline that we have today. Competition works then, competition works now. If the AQMD really needs more options, then the option is to seek changes to the legislation to broaden that legislation to include clean technologies and not just clean fuels. Have no problem with that. Just, you have a good hand, I'd say go ahead and play it. Clean fuels have come a long way. Anyways, it seems to me that natural gas, hydrogen, and electricity are your path to zero emissions, and I would stick with that rather than playing with diesel and gasoline controls, as the legislation wants you to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. George, are you here? Haven't seen you in a while. How you been?
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Burke. Good to see you. And thank you for your support for the school bus program, which I have had a privilege of being a supervisor of the program. My name is Ron G. George. I worked with AQMD for 30 plus years, and initially I started off with electric batteries, zero emission vehicles in the planning division, and later on in the hydrogen technologies and natural gas in the technology. So I'm familiar with both technologies. I was had the honor of working in the very early stages of these technologies, and we laid the foundation. I'm glad to see considerable momentum. But my concern is about the TAO plan is that it hasn't emphasized the issue of battery waste recycling at the end of the battery cycle of all these electric vehicles that are coming on. We are spending hundreds of millions of dollars statewide, ARB and the Volkswagen settlement, and yet not very little funds have been going to study the ultimate recycling impacts of these batteries. Let me draw your attention to Excite batteries, and many of you will be aware of how serious the litigation was on this particular company and its recycling of lead-acid batteries. We need recycling of lead-acid batteries, but the way they are going about it has been destructive to the environment, to the communities nearby, and to that. And that's just one battery per car for 30 million cars, small battery. And we look how much problems we have. Now we have going to have a couple of magnitudes of orders of batteries coming up. And yes, we can use the batteries for storage after it's being used for electric vehicles, and then, but at some point you have to recycle it. And believe me, ladies and gentlemen, please do not be in a state of denial. This battery recycling centers will be as big as our oil refineries. So what's the point of replacing gasoline with all the dirty stuff it emits and replacing batteries, which may be clean in the beginning, but dirty at the back? And I mentioned this again, many of the board members come from super rich to middle class background, and they are very concerned about air quality and should be, and thank you for your support for that. But we should be also concerned of solid waste pollution, and this is what the EJ community have to be burdened with. If they fight back, then where does it go? To emerging countries, where many of my friends come. You can see photographs of how New York is shipping their waste to Africa, Asia, and so on. So this is what's going to happen. So unless we start making progress here, we will not be able to address it. It's not the question of recycling. It's going to happen, but how clean will this be? And I'm urging, and Mr. Wayne Nastry and Mr. Berry had made a comment that DOE labs are working on this pilot project, and thank you for those comments. That was very helpful. We need much more money for this, and I hope ARB and AQMD will take the initiative to proceed with it. I just want to make one other comment. I heard China, from a reliable source, I heard China is moving to hydrogen. They see the limitation of battery vehicles. They have the largest number of battery vehicles in the world, but they're moving to hydrogen. So they can provide leadership. Surely this agency can do a lot.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your comments. And this is not the first time that Mr. George has been here. And every time we comes, we give them a case of the yayas. So I'm beginning to wonder, you know, are we really seriously considering? Because what he says has merit.
You have to take this in context, Dr. Burke. When you look at the impact of lead-acid batteries were around since the early 1900s, even before then, in terms of automotive applications. And the knowledge of our management of hazardous waste and hazardous substance, you can't compare how we do it today to the legacy problem that we've had with lead-acid batteries. So the description of it's going to be horrible, we know today that we can't treat the lithium batteries the way that we treated lead-acid batteries. There are only 2 recycling facilities in the western U.S. for lead-acid batteries. And I might have to correct myself on that. I think there's only 1 now. So having said that, the whole strategy for the lithium-ion batteries is very different. And there have to be dedicated recycling facilities. That's one of the things. But what you're really finding is that there's a tremendous reuse application. And I think that's really where we need to focus, is not necessarily discard it when it's not meeting one particular purpose, but how can that product be repurposed? And what we're seeing is that you can actually use the automotive batteries in home applications. You know, we've seen this in Japan. We're starting to see the cost aspects get down to where it's much more reasonable. All of the factors that Mr. George talked about in terms of how are we actually going to recycle that? Yes, those are issues that need to be addressed. We can't address all issues. We are not DTSC, we're not the state, we're not US EPA. We got to focus on getting clean air. And absolutely agree with him that we've got to make sure that the solid waste and hazardous waste management is taking place, and we can advocate for that. But when we go back to the use of our dollars and the use of our funds, we're laser focused. We've got to get those NOx reductions. We're not looking at penalties, or we're not looking at sanctions in 2023. They can happen much sooner.
Excuse me, sir.
No, it's not a conversation. So I would ask our CAAP representative. Yeah. Who, me? No, Willis, not you. To give us, to find out what CARB is thinking about this and how they're considering it. If they're, because our current policy seems to be push it off down the road as somebody else's problem. And I'm not sure we want to get involved at that level.
There have been no discussions, in my knowledge, at CARB about this issue. But what was interesting this morning was the gentleman that came forward with this new technology for locomotives that was using lithium batteries, that used lithium batteries. So there are reuse possibilities, and I've understood too that you might be able to use these to store solar energy in the right circumstances. And Ben's nodding his head. He knows something about that.
In my spare time, I would look into this. Yeah.
I will check with our staff at CARB to see whether they've thought about it.
Yeah, if you would. Okay, Mr. Etter, you decided you absolutely don't want to testify on this. Okay. Then, yeah, well. Okay, then that concludes the testimony on 28. So what is does this need a motion? Yes, it does. Do we have a motion?
I'll move to accept the staff report.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, that item is approved. Item 29.
Good morning, Dr. Burke. Amir Dejbakhsh, Deputy for Engineer, in charge of Engineering and Permitting. This is our annual report that we bring to the board for your review and approval. Staff has a short presentation, but we're willing to waive the presentation if you so desire. However, we want to make a note that on the slide number 14 on the presentation, that's on page 7, there is a small mistake. It should state employment gain rather than employment loss. We're ready to make the full presentation if you so desire, however, and I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you.
We have one person to testify, that's Mr. Eder. If you'd like to testify on 29.
Hello, my name is Harvey Eder. I'm speaking for myself and for the Public Solar Power Coalition. 150 years ago, this is also for comments on 28. We're choosing the fuel for vehicles after slavery. All right, all my comments are covered by IP copyright. This is when, like, Greta Thunberg's relative, who Savant Arrhenius, her dad's name is Savant Thornburg, okay? And why they were upset that their daughter was concerned about climate when she was 8 and quit eating or whatnot, when she was related to the guy that in the 1890s saw that there was climate change and that emissions were coming out and we were ignoring it, okay? This is when Edison said in the 1880s that we should use windmills and stuff like on the plains of the farms and solar, and that's the way to go. And we completely ignored this stuff and went with dirty fuels. That's what we're doing now. This thing with this so-called renewable natural gas and all this, we're totally ignoring the drug-resistant antibiotics, antifungals that is being put through the system and is causing deaths. You didn't have to report the deaths from these waste systems until a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. This is garbage. We're in a crisis now, okay? We had the reports in 18, we've got the warming and the melting in 19, and the numbers are way off. We're ignoring everything. We're a whistleblower on the real numbers are double, triple for greenhouse gas equivalent that they didn't. You never studied CT, control technology guidelines, alternate control technologies in 20, 30 years. And this is outrageous. It's illegal, and it's self-destructive as a species. This is what we're doing. You are where the rubber meets the road, and this is existential crisis for our species and the planet and life on the planet. And you're not dealing with nothing. And it's right here, right now, and all these garbage from these people in their suits, it's garbage.
Thank you for your testimony. That concludes the testimony on 29. Let me see. That takes a motion? I'll accept the motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any opposition to this? Hearing none, that item is approved. Now we need to go back, and I'd like to get a motion on item 11 through 26.
Move approval, Mr. Chair.
Second. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, those items are approved. We will now have public comment period, which we have Ms. Perez, Ms. Amaya, and Mr. Eder.
No relation.
Hello, my name is Carla Perez.
I'm a resident of the city of Carson and a member and organizer with East Yard Communities for Environmental Justice. I'm here to talk about the Marathon refinery explosion that happened about a week and a half ago. I'm just here to ask that the refinery is held more accountable for what happened. I feel like there's not a lot of information out there, you know, of like all the possible chemicals that were released into the air. There's already enough pollutants that affect our communities, the community where I live and the community where I work. I work in the community of West Long Beach, and that area is right next to all these refineries, and they already breathe in a lot of these pollutants that are coming from not just Marathon, but all the other refineries that are around there. I feel that since the explosion happened, there's been a lot of articles that say, you know, nothing was really released into the air. It's safe for people to be out there, but in reality, on a daily basis, it's not really safe to be out there. There's a lot of pollutants in the air, and we already take that on a daily basis. So I'm just here to ask that the refinery, Marathon, and all the other refineries that are along there, that they're held more accountable for what they're doing. I know that after the explosion happened, somebody from AQMD actually came out to talk to me since I filed a complaint, and he said that he wasn't even able to get into the facility yet to find out what happened because there was still a leak. And so to me, that says a lot, right? That not even an inspector was still able to get in there a day or two after it happened. And so for them to keep saying, you know, like, oh, there's really not much going on, it's still okay for us to be out there, doesn't really seem okay. And so, like I said, again, I just want them to be held more accountable and for them to have more regulations, because this is the air that we breathe. This is the community that we work in. This is the community that we live in. And it's not fair that we have to keep taking all this in. So yeah, thank you.
That's fair. We have a response by Councilwoman Mitchell. Mayor Mitchell, whatever.
I do want to say that you can sign up for the emails on flaring, and you'll get notified for planned or unplanned flaring. But this also kind of goes back to item 10 that we discussed earlier today. How can we better inform the public and members of the public when there are incidents like this? You know, I get notifications on from our district on what the air quality impact is from these kinds of events, and I don't know whether online you can probably get that, but maybe our executive officer can respond to that. I also want to mention that Marathon is in the room, so they are hearing you directly. So anyway, go ahead, Mr. Nastri.
Sure. Thank you. First off, let me just say that once we were notified of the incident, we immediately deployed people, two inspectors right off the bat. And the point that you made is well taken. I think you probably know that Marathon responded with their own fire department. The fire department, the LA County Fire Department, was kept outside of the facility. The one point that I would really make out is that under our Rule 1180, we have fence line monitoring, and you can actually see near real-time readings of what the concentrations are around. We were looking at those values constantly. The data that we were able to look at really was in the range of normal of what we would expect to see within the basin. In addition to that, we also took samples outside of the refinery through the community, and those samples were analyzed, I want to say, within 24 hours, and we posted that data on site. The challenge is we are not an emergency responder. We provide support to the emergency responders. So in this particular case, the incident command really wasn't set up. What this showed us is there's a number of opportunities for improvement for us in terms of working with the emergency responders and getting data out in a manner that I think is more accessible. And that gets to the point that's been raised. How do we be more accessible in dissemination? With regards to really holding them accountable, I want you to know that we did get into the facility. We are inspecting that facility. We're investigating what happened, And we will be working on that, and we will ultimately assess whether or not penalties and settlements and all of those things are appropriate. And if those happen, and the board has in the past, and I will just cite the ExxonMobil incident, where there was the explosion at the facility, where there was a large settlement that went back into the community. And enhanced communication was one of those things in the Torrance community that was part of those settlements. So we're continuing to work on it. I want to reassure you that we're doing everything we can within our authority to do so. But we agree, there's areas of improvement.
But what I thought I heard her say was that the inspector could not get, our guy told her that our inspector could not get on the premises. Is that true?
We couldn't get into the area where the fire had taken place. The facility had deemed it unsafe. And we don't send our inspectors into an unsafe condition. And so it wasn't until the facility declared it safe
wait a
that we were
minute.
able to go in.
So who determines if it's unsafe?
Well, it depends. On this particular case, it's the facility and their access and our ability to gain access to
So
it.
therefore, if I had something I didn't want you to see, all I have to do is tell you it's unsafe.
There are those that would say yes to that.
And I would remind those people also that this district recovered a $106 million fine against a refinery who did the same thing.
Yes, indeed.
Because that inspector went on in.
Excuse me, Dr. Burke, I think there was an inspection warrant issued that ultimately allowed us entry into that facility.
So the inspector went on in, right? Yeah. So how long did it take us to get the warrant, Barbara?
I don't recall that, but it can be fairly quick. You just go to a judge ex parte.
Okay. But, you know, saying that if it was the city's fire department, I got that. They have credibility. But if you're talking about the refinery's fire department saying it's unsafe so you can't go in, that to me, that's a license to steal. So I know that the marathon was a real learning experience on the reactive team to send down and the media to get it out. But we need to think about what we need to do to find out what's real. Fence line monitoring, I know, provides wealth of information, but inspectors, I would think we'd want to be in there where the action is.
The trouble was the fire was still ongoing in the depropanizer unit.
Well, the fire department's in there.
The fire department's in there, but they're trained to fight fire. They're trained to contain the situation.
Why don't we hire somebody who's trained to deal with those situations?
Well, as I said, Dr. Berg, we learned that there's a lot of opportunity, and one of the things that we're looking at is the emergency response capabilities. And so we're actually pulling together, and we'll report back on what it would take to do exactly what you're saying.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony very
Thank you.
much. Harvey, public. Oh, wait. I have Whitney, also Amaya first, and then Mr. Eder, you're up.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. My name is Whitney. I'm also with Eastern Communities for Environmental Justice and a West Long Beach resident. Exactly to the issues that you spoke to, Mr. Burke, there is an issue of transparency, not only in regards to like notifying the community, because as it stands right now, we don't know what to do. So when an incident like this happens, do we evacuate? Do we shelter in place? And so I know for me, I went, tried to go to a website for Carson to see if there was anything there. I went to your social media and your website also. There was nothing there. So I do follow an Instagram page called Streaming 562, and they had a post, and they said that there was a possibility for evacuations. And so, yeah, we don't know what to do. And so we need to know, like, when these incidents happen, how is the health of the residents being taken into account? And so does that look like trainings, partnering up with emergency response officials so that, they continually go into community to, let us know what it is that there is for us to do. It shouldn't take for us to come here and wait for all of this board meeting to happen to finally get a chance to speak to you on an item that should have been on the agenda, but it wasn't. And this isn't the first time that this has happened. I came last time when there was a fire at the Phillips 66 refinery, and it was not an item on the agenda then, and it's not an item on the agenda now. And so how are changes being taken place? This is the third refinery fire. There was 2 from Phillips 66 last year, this one from Marathon now. And again, with the issues of transparency, if it's the fire department of the refinery that's responding to the issue, if it's the refinery, the one that's saying, oh, it's not safe for inspectors to come in, how can we trust that? We can't. And then also to the point where Carla had mentioned, where there's a lot of articles that's saying, like, oh, the air quality isn't deviating from what it normally is, that in itself is a problem. If a major incident is pretty much saying that the emissions from this major incident are the same as daily operations, that's a problem. That means that we're dealing with these types of emissions every day. And so either someone's lying, or there's not enough that's being done to actually take into account all of the emissions that we're breathing in that are impacting our health. And I know that one of our residents wasn't able to come out today, but she volunteers at schools, and she volunteered the next day after this incident, and nothing was relayed to anyone at all on campus. And so that's young children out there who are playing in the playground and breathing all of this in. And so what about the impacts to their health? They're the youth. They're the future of our generation. And so what's being done? Like, what's been the progress from the last time that we came to now? Because it doesn't seem like there's been any progress.
You've been here all day, so you heard there's a bifurcation on the board of whether we should even spend money to notify people or for outreach or just regulate equipment. So, I believe that we should work on notifying people and training people. I voted this morning for the children's program to teach in all the schools, over 100 public schools in the South Coast District. And it's really interesting because my colleague, Supervisor Rutherford, voted for it too. And I want to applaud her for that. I know she probably didn't mean to. But, Jesus works many ways. So anyway, things are moving. Things are moving. If I am on Mr. McCallum, he's the chair of the refinery committee. He is a tireless worker. I can tell you that. And when he hears you say something, I guarantee you it's not falling on deaf ears. Okay? I have probably been since the fire that you're referring to, I've probably been in a half a dozen meetings on changes so we can improve over what it was, because no one was happy with it. Not you, not me, not them. So it's your testimony definitely is not falling on deaf ears.
Yeah, and I think
I know it's a long way to come out here. I was ready to quit this morning myself, driving on the 60 in that fog, but the job's too important, so we appreciate you coming.
Thank you. And I know when the whole AB 617 process was happening, there was AQMD staff that actually was going out to communities And I think that that's something that can continue, because maybe we don't know what's happening. But if you guys were to come out and update us and work with us, then that's something that can actually happen. And so if it happened for,
I'm going to put you in touch right now with Mr. Alatorre, and he's going to work with you on that. We're not going to wait 5 seconds on that. As soon as you are finished testifying, he's sitting right there. He's trying to avoid my look. Okay, but he's going to come and get you, okay?
Thank you.
And we're going to work with you directly.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, Mr. Etter.
I wonder where these women went. Anyway, my name is Harvey Etter. I'm talking for myself, and I'm for the Public Solar Power Coalition. At the Administrative Committee meeting early this month, we referenced a proposal unsolicited for that you now have a limit of 100 grand. We put in for 99 grand for a proposal from each board member. So this is for Dr. Burke, a proposal. This is to follow up on being run out, not getting our day in court or right to appeal, not being able to petition the governor, run out by the federal marshals, the FBI under threat of imprisonment, the color of authority, etc. So we went there to get a writ of mandate and a stay of proceedings and a stipulation from you folks, Justice and EPA, and we're still going for that, and we want that to be done and to study Bernie's Green New Deal and Warren and the one in Congress, and to look at that here and the different ones around, like City of LA for the district, and that all plans have to be subsidiary to the Solar New Deal and the 16 plan and the 2022 plan coming up. So either you're going to work with us or we're going to have an adversarial. This is a cover-up, okay? Straight up. You've been having explosions and fires. It's a wonder we haven't had what happened in Bhopal, India. It's a matter of time, man. Look, this is a self-destructive, reinforcing thing, digging a hole and getting deeper into it, all right? This guy, Savinius Avant, ran the Nobel organization for 25 years. He was the second winner of a Nobel Prize in chemistry, all right? No slouch. Like now, you know, we've got the highest of our culture making the decision, and we're doing really stupid self-destructive stuff, and we're not digging in a hole, and we got to stop right now. All right, this stuff, BlackRock, and saying that this Fink, that $7 trillion, that we are in the biggest crisis since the crash, and we got no Fed to back us up. Last week, New York Times Sorkin, after interviewing him, said the question: can capitalist corporations finance the crisis for climate? It's not just the fossil fuel industry. It's everything related to it and dependent on it. We're all junkies. I'm incorporating the pusher by Steppenwolf. Okay, we're junkies, straight up. We're all opiate dependent on fossil fuels.
The testimony and public testimony. Do we have any board member travel to report? No. Would you like to move us into closed session?
Yeah, we have one commenter on closed session, Mr. Chair. Previously, we've allocated a minute for that public comment, and I would just encourage the individual to make the comments specific to the items that are on the closed session agenda.
Okay. So we go into closed session or not?
When you gave Harvey 1 minute. And Carlos has
I believe Mr. Etter signed up for public comment on closed session.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I apologize, Mr. Chair.
And then I hit Carlos. Okay.
Hello, my name's Javier. I contest this violation of the Brown Act, only getting a minute. We've given 3 before. You continue to take away our rights and to treat us like garbage as we're treating the earth. We're incorporating by reference the song When the Music's Over by The Doors, which we tried to get into the record here. It's eco-poetry, and we got the Earth Day coming up, the 50th anniversary next month. I don't know. I'm burnout. I'm tore up, and so is this entity and this planet. And
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes, I'll just follow up, Chairman, to your comments to Mr. Nastri. You had asked about the access of our staff and things of that nature. I'm curious, since sadly these type of incidents are likely to occur again at some level, if there is some type of best recommended practices or what we've learned from this incident. You mentioned, Mr. Nastri, well, we've learned quite a bit. Will there be some closure to this as far as an analysis and coming back to the governing board and explaining the lessons learned and what we will be doing in the future if we've learned anything as far as specifically if this type of situation occurs, here's what we'll be doing differently, here's what we learned, here's our best recommended practices, how they've evolved, and what we've learned specifically. Thank you.
Yes, we plan to go back to admin committee. It's a question of timing. We're still pulling together that information. You know, as I said earlier, we're not an emergency response organization. And the question is, do we want to become an emergency response organization? And there's a lot of training, there's a lot of resources, there's a lot of things that are necessary. And that's where we struggle on the communication side, because when there is an emergency and incident command or unified command stands up, the normal process would be to work through incident command and unified command. We would be supporting in an operations type aspect. That requires a lot of coordination with the fire departments, with the police departments. So one of the things that we want to look at is outreach to the fire departments, to the fire chiefs, the major areas, and to look how we could be a better resource. What you find nowadays is that the county fire departments are very sophisticated. Everyone has their own hazmat teams, has their own capabilities, but the public looks to us when it comes to air quality. And so the question is, how do we better integrate our area of expertise into the incident and unified command? And that's where overall notifications. Now, when we're integrated in there, on the Phillips 66 refinery, when we talked about, or when the issue of improvements have come up on the second facility, we actually were able to send out text notices to residents around there, as well as email notices. So we have the ability to reach out quickly. Again, in this particular case, there were certain circumstances that took place that limited our ability to participate directly, and that's where we're looking at, for instance, the creation of a standby team that would be dedicated to these kind of instances. So there will be a full analysis that we'll present. I want to say within the next 2 to 3 months, but it's going to require a pretty detailed review.
Thank you, sir. It is necessary for the board to recess to closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 sub A and 54956.9 sub D sub 1 to confer with its counsel regarding pending litigation which has been initiated formally and to which the SCAAQMD is a party. The actions are People of the State of California, XREL SCAAQMD v. XI Technologies, Los Angeles Superior Court Case Number BC 533528, INRI XI Technologies, U.S. Bankruptcy Court, District of Delaware, Case Number 13-11482, KJC Bankruptcy Case, Delaware District Court, Case Number 19-00891, Appellate Case, Cal Portland Company v. South Coast Air Quality Management District, Governing Board of the South Coast Air Quality Management District, and Wayne Nastri, Executive Officer, and Does 1 through 100, San Bernardino County Superior Court, Case Number CIV-DS 192-58941. There were no reportable actions taken in closed session. The meeting is adjourned.